Welcome back, everyone. So, last time, got through to the end of chapter 5. And I think I'm gonna do Hiya Papaya first before we tackle Jean's chapter, or paralogue. So that we have more emblems for a little bit of extra SP earning. So, let's see. I was going to... It's like a refined liberation. I guess it's not terribly expensive and it's 2 extra might. Yeah, kinda hard to say no at that price. And get that Marth engraving on, so that we're not constantly facing listed crit. Taste Tarok, while I take a moment to listen about our Lord and Savior Somi. I mean, I'm already hanging out with Somi. What more do you want?
I'll be here.
I could put the Sigurd one on on a Slim Lance again. I did last time. It's also an Avoid engrave, so it wouldn't be bad on a dagger. Would run me 50 bond to do it. Which, I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense if I'm just gonna swap off of it right away. Actually, what I could... I'd have to buy another Iron Dagger, though, to trade over. I don't know if that's worth it. I think we just wait one chapter.
I'll be here.
I think we're in a good enough place this time that we can put off forging the swims. Did I do the push-ups yet? Yeah, I guess we did. Okay. So I think we're mostly ready to go. Oh yeah, I was gonna use the... We can do this in battle prep. I was gonna use the Angelic Robe. Yeah, I suppose I should buy the torch and the illume. I seem to remember there being a second melee unit up here. Sure, I'm gonna put the torch on. Boucheron for now. Probably trade it around a little bit, but we want Louis going into a place where we don't need him torching. I guess I should also distribute the antitoxin. Let's have Etie carry it. Or did... I didn't use it up, did I? Maybe I did. Oh, I didn't think I did. It's weird.
My eyesight's so sharp, I can spot baddies even when it's dark or foggy.
Yeah, I want to double check this corner here. I know there's like a Thunder Mage up here.
Let us be off.
Probably should have considered redistributing this to Alfred. Like Sigurd. Well, I guess it's too late now. But it'll still be good on Louis, just... Alfred probably needs the SP. So this guy, I think, snuffs the torch. So we can lure one of these out.
We fight for peace.
Or rather, I guess a sword fighter.
I'm ready for more.
For peace. For the divine dragon!
So we'll do this.
I am your weapon.
As your steward.
Let's go!
Oh, we just straight destroy this guy.
What you got?
We'll still give Yunaka some experience anyway. Oh wait, no, he's a hand axer. Alright, well then I guess we just destroy him.
But
Yes, that is your butt.
I...
Let me at him.
Don't think so! Look, don't sweat it.
What a lovely scene.
Well, he's dead.
Was that sufficient?
How do we want to do this? I guess Celine just straight kills the hammer dude. And then Yunaka ran off with Makai and they were never seen again. Seems legit.
I'll take this.
Adieu.
Not quite enough. Don't like that though. Alright, so there's the way Vander dies here. But still not really worth using the Iron Axe.
Let me help.
Yeah.
Need some help?
Nice.
Ah, not quite a level. I think there was someone over here. Yep. I guess we might as well do this. We'll probably mostly earn it back anyway.
My prayers are with you. This is it! I live to fight again.
What?
Louis with the dodge.
cannot afford to lose.
We could actually light this and then attack him next turn and move, like, canter. Well, I guess we'd have to canter into this bush, though. Whereas, next turn, I guess we could move out here and activate this. Yeah, that seems like a better move.
A right and proper end.
Onward.
Some of these levels really do compress her for Saline at the start, too. It's a shame she falls off because they're too, well, too even.
Looks like I broke him.
I know there's enemies still coming in at this point, but rather slowly. I'm pretty sure we're killing at a slightly faster rate than last time.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Oh, on the move. I think I was more aggressive up top last time, though. So that Thunder Mage is now, like, hanging out over here. That actually has listed crit on Clan if he goes after him. Spooky. Could be a little spooky. I guess if the mage targeted Dusky, we would survive as long as we can kill this guy without getting counterattacked. Question is, can we do that? I don't think we can. We do, what, 7 and 15, so we do 22. The second attack would take him out, but we could get hit and poisoned, and then that's the problem. Also, we could get crit, which is never good. I guess we should see if... No, I guess we can't do that. Does this thief move or has too high move? Otherwise, we could try to, say, use Etie's low res to bait this mage into attacking her instead. I guess we could still technically do that. We put her up here. We're gonna need to block this with Vander. So we definitely can't let the thief get a clan. I guess we'll see if Etie ends up baiting the Thunder out. Sure, you know what? We could probably sit in this bush. If we got the slim sword, that's no longer really a problem. So I don't know if we want to let them through the choke point here. Yeah, I think we'll do this. Perfect.
Can't show weakness.
This would actually be pretty good for a cigarette hit. But I think I want to save it for this choke here. Because this gets a little more awkward, whereas these guys are staying out in the open. Guess we give this a to Etie.
Let me help.
So we want the bulkier units to be further up. I guess Quilly's taking damage no matter what. But I guess the question is if we want to give her the kill. I think we do. Although maybe let's not do it, say Lane? Well, I guess she doesn't double this thief. Or I guess it's not exactly a thief, but he's a faster iron axe fighter. Or maybe, Could also have Alfred take the kill. We are training him.
Need some help? I'll take this.
What a show!
As he's flexing that luck.
Need some help?
Nice, doesn't even need help from Vander.
I'll take this.
My apologies.
Like how the Axe Fighter has 2 crit. Well, I did remember this card guy coming up here. That's a terrible hit rate. Well, I don't think we want to push forward when this is happening. Unless, I guess we could nuke him with yeah, Warp Ragnarok. Not sure if it'd be enough. Yeah, apparently it is. I guess we can do that?
Grant me strength. I strike you! Allow your soul the rest it deserves.
Grab a longbow. Maybe put the torch here back on Louis? Actually, we can use the torch with Etie though. think there's still quite a few guys here, including a hand axe. But that should be fine. It's not like we're gonna crit our way through them and expose ourselves to 3 attacks. At least we shouldn't. You do it like that. I could use the torch with Clan. It feels like it's pointless because we're so far up that we see all of what he'd see anyway. Aside from this turn, we get 1 extra towel that goes away next turn. Doesn't feel particularly worth it.
I'm getting hungry. I'll manage. I won't forget you.
Yo, speed. Also luck. Actually, I guess Vander could have crit that one to death. That's kind of surprising. Because he's just using a compact axe.
I am the divine dragon.
Well, speaking of crits. Okay, this is way less dense than I thought it was. I swear there was a hand axe or something up here.
Where to?
Well, if she doesn't whiff it, that gets us an Etie kill.
Need some help? I'll take this.
I can still do more.
It's actually kind of funny, Etie is proving to be less risk to raise than Alfred because of these situations. Hey Ken, yeah, the longbow comes in pretty early. I guess probably because they're trying to help Etie not get outdated. Cause her start is kind of slow. I think I might actually take... I should have traded it over. I'm gonna take the antitoxin and use it.
I've got
So we don't really want to be poisoned when we're getting attacked by multiple targets. Not really great use of the item, but eh. It keeps us from dying. He was asleep. I'm trying not to get Etie outdated, gives Elchris the next chapter. Fair, I suppose. But there's a chapter where she gets to use the longbow, so maybe you'll get attached to her, right? It's an iron axe, still no hand axe. Damn, we gotta work to deal enough damage here. We're kind of expecting Vishron to miss there, but that's okay. We're setting up backup attacks.
Need some help? I'll take this.
Whatever you ask.
Wait. Slight problems with Alfred's. Well, I guess if we javelin this one. That moment when your ranged spear or ranged lance does more than your melee. You brought her up to the retreat chapter, she's still bad, but at least Jean is suffering with her. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hey, Ifrit. Dual strikes really aren't what they used to be. I mean, yeah, they're not full-blown, like, awakening, but they're still pretty good, because they do fixed damage, so as enemy max health ramps up, they become more and more useful.
Let me help.
Oh, Alfred. It's like you don't want to be trained.
Need some help?
Yeah, hand axe will be weaker than an iron axe, so we could heal Vanner after this. And still probably be okay. I think it's too soon for the boss to be here.
This is the mission of the stewards.
Yeah, way too soon. I don't even see anything else out there. Although there could be stuff hidden here. Like there could be a ranged guy here. But as long as it's not the boss, it shouldn't be enough damage to kill her. Also, this melee decided to go in on Vander first anyway. So, fun with enemies body blocking, even if there is one out there. These guys are happy enough to give us a full recharge here.
I've got muscle to spare. Looks like I broke them.
Yeah, Etie is really wanting to stay on the team here. Which I guess lucky for her, we're using her regardless, but she's trying to prove her worth. Yeah, Etie is generally not considered in high esteem. You didn't particularly have issues with her on your run, but you played on hard. Yeah, enemy bulk goes up a lot more on Maddening, so... She does have... Alright, we're gonna do it like this, because they'll probably go for Vander. Who will be not by the bush. Actually, should go for Vander, because this guy's not dealing... She's not dealing damage to Louis at all, so... She should just ignore Louis and go for Vander. Yeah, fights tend to be a bit more protracted, and her durability being low tends to be a point against her.
What?
Feel kind of bad constantly using Vander as bait like that, but... You can see how she might not compare to Alchris, at least you have the option of Luna, but you feel that's less being bad and more not on top. Yeah, I guess, but like in the early game, I have to still play around the enemies very carefully because the Chapter 4 Pegasus Knights could have one-rounded her if they got up to her. So like, it's one of those moments where you kind of have to baby her a bit on Maddening. I guess not that other characters don't need babying, but like things like with Lear, you have to unless you want to have a lord that easily dies. Whereas Etie is optional. But I guess as long as we keep the death ball formation, it is a little bit easier to keep Etie back and not have to deal with things, but... Her attack also isn't really much higher than anyone else's yet, so her strength growth hasn't really gotten rolling by this point. Don't see the boss yet, but he'll be in like this alleyway here. I really feel like we're just constantly setting up Etie kills at this point. I need to start putting more experience into Alfred. Because he's at more risk of being a problem. And it also kind of sucks to only have one tome user, or not tome, staff user here. It was kind of nice having both Fram and John last time. So we could afford to push forward a little bit more and we could keep everyone healthy. Yeah, so either he's in this alley now, or he's gonna be there next turn. I think the mage follows closely behind. I think... Actually, it might be 2 mages. I know there's, like, 2 enemies that hang out with him. And one usually comes this way and one comes this way. I think. I guess we'll find out. Well, we found the... Found the archer that's with him. Yeah, there he is. Ouch. Yeah, Vander tanks is a little bit better. That's too much damage. Alfred, man. I guess Etie can set up a kill for Alfred for once. Or, no, she can miss. Etie, why aren't you helping your lord out here? What's wrong with you? We can't get Bushron close enough. Alright, I guess Alfred chips and then Chloe kills. Feels kind of stupid, but... I guess tactically we could pin him in, but... We've still got a mage unaccounted for, so we probably don't want to piss around too much over here. So let's just finish him off. See if Yunaka can scout the mage, because if she pulls aggro, it's not going to be too much damage to her. There's no way he reaches up here, so let's have a look. Oh, there's an axe, too. Well, that's rude. So 91 or... Yunaka has to dodge one of 61 or some 90 something. That feels like higher risk. Alright, well, sucks I forgot about a guy there, because that may cause a reset, depending.
Gods, please
Yeah, we're
protect
good.
us.
be saving the...
Shut up. Oh, nice. Vander the jukes. This guy's hit rate. 97. So if we got into the brush... Yeah, you'd still have 8 on her. A little bit spooky, considering she doesn't have that high durability. Wow, we are obliterating this guy. 47 listed damage.
Sleep now. I had to stop you.
And he moved back, so we can't get easy pot shots on him with Etie. Okay, what if we move back? So we can get him to move forward one.
Here I come! Have at you!
So that gets us a little bit of damage. And let's Etie chip, because Vander can then move forward. Or Etie could attempt to chip and fail. That's always an option.
Still fight.
With my magic. I have no choice.
Just a casual level up from that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Am I gonna utilize the DLC for this run? I'm not really sure. I guess I'd have to take down the Tiki one if I want to get to any of the other ones. I feel like Tiki's probably too powerful to use with this lineup, though. So probably not doing Tiki's, even though we might... I guess we might do her Paralog, but I probably won't use her actual abilities if we do get her. Hey, Bulky Nemesis. Run's going fairly well. Almost threw it away by forgetting that there was a axe guy up here along with the ranged enemies, but we got it figured out.
My will is firm.
As your steward.
Give me an order.
Ah, the AoE did. Oh, it does heal herself. Nice. I just had to wait for the animation to play. Neat. Yeah, he's probably gonna move into the bush, so then we'll move back afterward. Because I don't think we have quite enough damage to kill him if he's hanging out there, or at least reliable damage. We could dogpile him, but that would be a horrible idea.
Onward.
Okay. Be where Fram is and can attack for 2 range from there.
Go ahead.
I guess this will be an interesting test to see if he prefers Louis or Vander. Guess it's Vander. Wow, Etie is whiffed on this boss every single time. I mean, it's not just, it's a power thing not just because of Tiki, but also her map gives a crap load of experience. So it's like several extra levels on the team. Gonna back the man into a corner? And hopefully. The classic Etie experience. Womp womp. Also, hello, Lord Helix. It's a sign. I mean, she's been doing good against the Mux.
Yes, here.
So that's annoying, because I want to go in to break that last life bar. Or like the first life bar. I guess we'll just surround him and pin him in and then do it after. Well, now he prefers Louis. That's kind of weird. Not even close. And Alfred gets doubled if I do that. Alright, I guess we just do it like this then. Or, let's chip. At least we got that. It's hardly worth anything when we got that.
Ready yourself. This time, victory was mine.
Not that she really needs it, but if he decides to go for Yunaka, then I guess we get experience on Fram. And then he changed his mind and went for Vander over Louis. I guess they're considered so equal that he's just randomly choosing. So weird. Yeah, no kidding, huh?
My apologies.
Can Alfred even deal damage if we go in on him? One whole damage. We use the Iron Lance. We do 3 damage. Well, we could set it up, and then if he whiffs, then we finish off with Dusky. Actually, I guess let's see if Etie hits here. Well, potentially change the order in which I do Yunaka's attack. Oh, actually, it's probably because Admiration is up now. Just that little bit of difference. I didn't even intentionally set Admiration up there, I just wanted to heal Louis. Alright, Alfred, this is your chance. The 98, don't whip it.
You think this is justice, huh?
And that was like a terrible level, good job. You wish Veteran wasn't can't be broken, but can't be broken by weapon advantage. So smash weapons and cheat up abilities would be more useful. Yeah. I was thinking one way also, they could buff Berserkers to make Smash Plus attractive, is to actually make it so Smash Plus bypasses skills like Veteran and Unbreakable. You held your breath for sure. Is this the first game without gender-exclusive classes? Nope. Because the base class flyers are female only. Yeah, really. Not that anyone's gonna use base class reclasses like that.
That's the last.
Just because of the way internal level messes up things if you do that. So, like, it's mostly inconsequential, but for some reason it's restricted. Yeah, Fates has no restrictions except for the DLC, which, I mean, technically means that there are restrictions. Yay, another doggo. I think yeah, that's it. Alright. We're not bothering to talk to people this time around. Fates was kind of restrictive, and you can't request everything. Yeah, the dogs yearn for the mines, but of course. Yeah, you had a little bit of gender walk with the DLC classes, which included the Renown box equivalent was free DLC too, so it was just like everywhere. And then the Hoshido-Nora divide made things really annoying to deal with. Especially since you only had some people with one tree to themselves, like Rinka outside of reclassing people. She was the only one who could get into Oni Chieftain and Blacksmith. Which is just silly. So it feels like there was some unnecessary class bloat. Just because they felt they needed to cover some weapon types and then... Oh, well, we can't have only one branch to the Axe class for Hoshido. Marriage pairings if mandatory if you wanted to use something specific. Yeah, for a few of them. Because, like, trying to get Onmyoji over into Noir is basically required taking the talent with Korin. And you kind of had Ninja available because of Kaze, but then everything had to revolve around Kaze unless you did a Ninja Korin, and... like... It's kind of weird to be saying this, but I don't think there were enough characters for the amount of classes they put into the game. And that's saying that after we got probably way too many characters in Fates. Especially when it comes to Revelation. It's just... why? This tiny deployment set and far too many characters. My plan to use characters other than Alfred, Etie, and Anna. Or any different. Yeah, Panette was also voted in. So we'll be using her. I'll probably be using Andreo instead of Saline or Fram down the line. It kind of depends a bit on what my team comp starts to look like. Because I'm a little bit undecided on some of this stuff still. Because we got a bit of time, but... so I may end up switching up the plan a bit, but... I plan to fill, like, the other 4 slots with characters we haven't used before. Which may end up being, like, stuff like Kagetsu and Pendreo. And chances are I'll probably rotate them out for other characters, depending. I guess Kagetsu's probably strong enough that he won't get rotated out, but we'll see. Can't believe we were missing a character in Fates 2. What a slap in the face. Yeah. Am I planning to use Samara? Nah, probably not. She got used the entire time last run, so we'll let her take a rest. Did I ever... I don't know if I ever got the Etie C with Alfred, because Etie got benched early last time. Boucheron we probably should have gotten the C with, though. Because we kept Boucheron for one more map.
Amazing weather we're having today, huh?
Too true. It's the perfect day for a cup of tea.
Especially the tea you prepare, Etie. It's my favorite of all.
That's kind of you to say. Would you like another cup?
No, I'd better not.
Why are they acting like this?
If you say so.
I can't hold it anymore. Oh, I'm out.
Your cup is down first. I win.
Yep, fair play, Etie. I got no excuse. Although I could swear our special workout teacups seem heavier today.
Workout teacups? What?
Well spotted. I did add some weight, in fact.
No wonder I had such trouble just lifting it.
Don't whine. The road to muscle gain is long and bumpy, and you've just begun. Tea time will only get harder from here.
Yeah, Alfred, you've just begun. Start gaining more strength, jeez.
I expect nothing less. Let's raise our teacups to strength.
To strength.
Weighted training teacups, because why not? Why not indeed?
Nice. I've said it before, but I really admire those muscles, Boucheron.
Oh, I appreciate the compliment.
Your triceps are especially well developed. Mind if I feel them?
Anything you want, Prince Alfred.
Yes. Incredible stuff. You're practically a Fiornese national treasure. The forearm is perfectly sculpted too. Wish mine was like that.
Are you finished now?
Oh, guess I got carried away there. You gotta admit though, these muscles of yours are something else. I can't help but wonder what the secret is to getting beauties like these.
Nothing special, really.
Oh, that's what you always say. There must be some trick to it. Unless you're telling me they're all natural. How is that possible?
That's a bit,
Alright. Alfred's starting to go a bit fram tier here. It's... That's a weight issue, not a hitting issue. He needs some build, I guess. Hey, Math Magician, yay! One-sided though. Boucheron definitely doesn't seem too into it.
A bit what? Is there something special about this one?
no, Prince Alfred. It's just a bit ticklish.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
Yeah, I think I would have remembered getting that one. That was pretty weird. We've seen the saline one with him before, so let's just skip that. And I don't think we'll have seen the Etie Boucheron one, so...
Are you ready yet, Boucheron?
Ready for what?
Ready to tell me what you're mixing into your food to get those muscles?
Not this again. I've told you before that it's got nothing to do with my diet.
That's
have
what you
we?
say, yes. But today, I'm going to get the truth.
But that is the truth. Muscles come naturally to me. That's the long and the short of it.
Still sticking to that story, huh? Because I should tell you up front that I've been watching you, Boucheron.
You have. And?
And I know you don't do anything but fish or read all day after training each morning.
Oh yeah, I
There
do
am,
remember this
working
one.
up a sweat while you sit under a tree with a book or a pole. There's no way you can do that and still stay in such incredible shape. So I assume that whatever you're doing on the sly really works.
All right, listen.
Wait, are you using magic? Unbelievable. The lengths you'll go just for some muscles.
No, it's nothing like that. In fact, it's nothing at all. I'm done arguing with you about this. People shouldn't see the prince's retainers quarreling. Good day, Etie.
Right. That's just what he'd say if he was hiding something.
Oh man, we're not gonna get to see the Etie clan one. Not this run. At some point, I want to try to use one or both of the twins, so chances are, since we'll be seeing more use, we'll probably get at least the C support with some of these airway characters. Because who else am I going to deploy? Be some annoying person. Is anyone searching for Alfred / Boucheron fanfiction? I mean, hopefully not ones that have Alfred push himself on Boucheron or anything. That would be uncomfortable. Muscles come natural to Boucheron, who has a 20% strength growth. Yep. Etie doesn't know he paid $30 for the Star Sphere. Aha! So that's the secret. You know what? That grape tree hasn't wanted to do much for us this run. Although I'm not sure how much we use grapes anyway. Still. It's funny to think about. Also, if we do the Tiki stuff, we throw the Star Sphere at Boucheron. If he's already got a $30 Star Sphere, does that mean that he's wielding 2 Star Spheres? Is that cheating? Well, it sucks we only got an iron, but that dog gave us a silver last time, so I can't be mad.
Yes.
Let's get our push-ups in. Although, I think we're starting to reach
What do you mean?
semi-overkill levels
How
of
hard do you wanna
damage.
go?
So I optimized Liberation a bit. That won't last too long, just the way enemy bulk ramps up.
Looking good. Keep it up. Nice. Perfect. Keep it up. Looking good. You've got this. Perfect. You've got this. Perfect. Nice. You've got this. Looking good. Great job. I'm so proud. Let's do this again sometime.
Ah, we can get Boucheron to cook for us now.
Hello there.
Hmm. Guess we can push the Alfred Etie. Omelet's looking kinda nice. Sure, let's do an omelet. We don't need tomatoes, right?
Let's try not to waste nature's bounty. Thanks for letting us use you ingredients. It turned out so well. I could cry.
If I may.
I took some time off from the training to enjoy the scenery. How about you, Etie?
Yeah.
Want to get some exercise. A nice workout helps good food taste even better. Oh, nice. Damn, we didn't even have to do those push-ups.
I tried packing it up as a meal for you.
Alright, well, we already had this one before, so we'll just skip that. So what do we want to do with the arena? Maybe push Alfred a bit higher? So we don't want him to fall behind.
Today's workout begins now.
I've been observing the way you fight.
Well, he's probably not winning this one. Yeah, definitely not winning this one.
Thanks for showing me what I still need to work on. Alfred has arrived!
Etie here, busting in once again. I really thought I had you.
Whew, I worked up a pretty good sweat.
Etie wins at teacups. Alfred wins at actually fighting, I guess.
You're sure about this?
Extremely. You're not leaving until you've drank every drop of my new and improved muscle stimulant.
Well, anything for strength.
That's the spirit. I put a lot of research into this one. I guarantee you'll see results.
It's great news! Thanks for putting so much effort into this. It's just... You couldn't have done anything about the smell?
Sorry, you'll have to hold your nose. It was unavoidable with all the different ingredients I used.
Like, what, exactly?
In researching this drink, I interviewed a lot of hard bodies. I found out their favorite foods so I could mix them all into one potent stew.
All of them? At once?
Well, all of those plus a few other things I thought might help.
And how does it taste?
Couldn't tell you. I haven't tried it.
Unbelievable. You waited until I could try it first before having any for yourself? I'm touched, Etie.
It's all part of the job.
Aw. I'm ashamed to have been so nitpicky over little things like taste and smell.
Yay, steroids. Somehow I don't think that's quite what this is. It's an attempt at steroids. But I think Alfred's probably just gonna throw up.
I want you to know how grateful I am, Etie. Bottoms up. To strength.
To strength.
Ugh.
Well, what did you think?
One thing's for sure. It's not fit for human consumption.
I was afraid of that.
And that's why you let your prince try it instead of testing it yourself. What an excellent retainer you are.
Today's workout begins now.
Saline has arrived.
Sibling rivalry go.
You cut me down most effectively.
Whew, I worked up a pretty good sweat.
That was a fast bee. Well, I guess the Etie was pretty fast too. Okay, is there anything else we missed? I guess I could be polishing the rings. Maybe I should be doing that. The spawn fragments are a little tight at the moment.
Please be thorough. Ah, that looks so much better. Thank you.
Handle that gently. You are a strange one. Overdoing things a bit? You are a strange one. Is that not a waste of time? Overdoing things a bit? Well done. The ring shines like new.
Who would care about Marth? I guess technically Naka if we end up doing dodge tagging with her again.
Nice and shiny. It's already clean. No need to focus there. Clear commitment. No need to focus there. Thank you. The ring looks amazing.
This ring is filthy. Thanks for taking care of this for me.
Sigurd's concerned expression might make for a good emote. Maybe. It might be a little tough to capture it properly with the way, like, how ghostly he is, so it'd probably have to be like a trace over it. Like a trace and then a solid color, something like that. Actually, I'll jot that down just in case I have some time to fiddle with it. See, that was a little bit the 2-hour mark. Okay. Yeah, I did say I was going to maybe put the Sigurd engraving on Inaka's knife. It would probably lead to really overkill of Void, though. That'd give us like 115 on Thicket Pillar. Seems a bit much. We don't want to let the engrave idle either. I guess since... Since it might be more useful in the future and we have kind of a limited time to engrave with it, let's put it to use anyway there. I guess it could also be used to help Elf. Well, it doesn't give him hit though. I think that's maybe the one thing we'd want to really consider is trying to get Alfred some extra hit. Maybe put it on his Iron Lance, since he does have the luck where he doesn't face crit as much. But I guess I would end up meaning probably once we get Leaf. We put Leaf on an Iron Lance or something. Hey Panette, how's the run going so far? Pretty well. We just finished up the Fog of War stuff. I guess we also have the Makai engrave, which... I don't know if we really want to put it on an Iron. It's gonna be so weak. Also, it's twice as much void as Sigurd. But I think we want to maybe prime a dagger for later.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
Yeah, I also want to do the boutique. Let's get back into the ponytail clothes.
Now, about the boutique.
Apparently we don't have any headgear yet.
Be well.
I guess that's later. It also reminds me, I haven't checked the achievement board in a while. Yeah, that's nice. Not yet. I want to try the thing where we do like a donation to Brodia and see how it turns out. Don't want to put too much money into it, but
Well, hey there.
I also want to experiment a little bit. I think we need a short knife regardless, but... I wonder if this is gonna go under to 0 might if we were to put the Micaiah engraving on it.
Here you go. Take care.
Yeah, we could put it down to 0 might. That's hilarious. Alright, you know, we'll do the Sigurd one for now, and then figure something else out with Micaiah's later.
I'll be here.
Alright, now that we have Micaiah, go do Jean's paralog. I wanted to have the extra emblem ring for extra SP. Since bond rings apparently cut your SP gain by quite a bit. Apparently, yeah. You have access to Anna's too. First, we must save the tea. And the villagers, I guess. Villagers make tea. A fair point.
Oh no.
Sigurd!
I am ready.
Celica, let's go.
We're gonna do something weird and throw Micaiah at Etie. I could actually give her Ethelyn. Do I want to do that? She'd probably appreciate the strength and defense a little more. Did I just stand in front of the compact axe last time? I guess Alfred, it's got quite a bit of defense compared to these guys. Yeah, he wouldn't be in serious danger. Oh yeah, I should also buy an additional heal. I guess pass. Well, pass the mend over to Bram. And Etie can take the fresh heal for now. It's a little awkward over here. But Yunaka is surprisingly tanky in this. I forgot her base defense is actually quite high.
For you, anything.
Also do this, but I don't think Override's gonna do enough damage. Yeah, it's pretty wimpy. So I guess the question is if we want to use Override to get rid of this, which probably fine just using the regular attack. Kinda sucks to not have 100%, but Probably want to use the override on something else after.
If this love is a crime,
Whatever you need.
This isn't so bad.
Here goes.
This is just a tonic, but
Don't know how much.
they're in limited supplies for now, so it's kind of worth having.
Your steward's ready. I'm listening.
yeah. Oh no!
Wow, we're actually just straight one-rounding these.
Hold steady.
That might be a bit much. It's just a bit of damage. I guess we're okay taking it. So I'm not sure if I want to use the engage just yet. If we never come here, do the corrupted slaughter all the villagers, or do they just pass them by? Good question.
I'm sorry.
Getting doubled by Louis, tisk tisk. Yeah, Louis doubling because they're using a poleaxe that weighs a million weight. But still hilariously tisk tisk. I guess I could override for a guaranteed kill there. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it.
One strike will decide it all.
More worthwhile than using it on the slim sword guy, anyway. That guy's a legitimate threat.
Fate has brought us here. I live to fight again.
Speed! It's actually pretty sizable damage. Oh, the green people doing chain guard. Guess we'll need to catch that guy. Can Alfred reach here? Yes, he can. So then we can get Louis up here.
I will protect you.
This is gonna be a little bit of a waste of these engage turns, but I think the one turn guaranteeing the kill on that guy instead of just letting him sit at that choke and block us in the bush is worth using it for.
Another kill for me.
So who are we saying? Are we... I guess Yunaka might just be taking this guy down on her own? Maybe with some Chloe support, although I think I want her up here dealing with the mage. Although the nice thing is with Celica on her, we can kind of just jump over if we need to.
That was a cinch.
Yunaka's kind of just destroying everything in her path right now. That looks kind of juicy. She needs some help, though. Seems a bit unfortunate. Okay, we know this guy's gonna try to go around. Are we gonna be able to... Well, I guess we need to talk to Jean, though. That's kind of annoying. So we need to clear this guy out with ranged, and... I guess I should have looked at maybe buying a 11 sword? Or trying to forge one? That might be a little too early for that, though. Is this guy gonna be a problem for Louis? Yeah, a little bit. Especially with that fire lingering over there.
What's our move?
That's a 93. So Alfred probably secures this.
What a workout!
If I trade the javelin back to Koi... Though, actually, what if I did... Oh yeah, just straight one around this guy with Seraphim, sure. I don't think there's any archers or anything. The boss is like way back there. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be a problem. Probably scoot over and kill the guy up top too.
I trust in you.
Time to finish the job.
I guess I'm not too surprised he wanted to pick a fight with Yunako over the Seraphim Tome Wielder. Wow, the jukes on these villagers.
Thank you for checking in on me. Do you think you could use this? There's not much I can do with it, at any rate. Better it should go to a soldier like yourself.
An energy drop? Why, I don't mind if I do.
It's not safe here. You should be...
Wow, that's a nice momentum hit. I guess this just goes to show the difference it makes when Alfred gets to have Sigurd for however long.
No!
Actually, I'd rather give it to Koi here because she's got full SP gain.
May we all be protected.
Off I go.
What's this guy's 14 crit rate? Super gross. To Minibo hype.
Looks like I broke them.
Oh, this guy just dies. Although I kind of want to use Great Sacrifice, so... maybe we do this the hard way. Yeah, it's not like Alfred gets doubled or anything, so... We're actually gonna do this to... lure him over. Actually, we want Alfred to get shot at though. So maybe we don't do that? Oh boy, and Sean moved out, which is maybe troubling. I guess we can still block Sean from doing dumb things. We destroyed part of the fence. Hope you didn't need that. We could pick up that energy, but I feel like it'd be pointless. I guess it's probably as much healing as we're gonna do with it right now.
I have to fight.
Most of a level, though. It's Sean body blocking me here. Should have figured. Alright. We're just gonna finish this with Mercurius now. Enough screwing around.
My prayers are with you. This is it!
Unbelievable! All the monsters are gone!
We're saved! And it's thanks to the lot of you.
I guess we'll listen to this, because this is first time we've done it without having a villager die.
I'm glad no one got hurt. I was a little worried there.
You can't know what this means to us. We decided to give you this to show our thanks.
Yeah, so I forgot that's where we got the surge.
Come now.
Then John joined us to sit on the bench. So maybe we'll use him in a future run. And we got a whole new dog out of it. How about that?
You're a natural people pleaser, are you not? I could stand to learn that kindness from you.
I simply enjoy being of service. It makes me happy to be present while others interact.
I guess I forgot to do this before, but we swapped Sigurd off of Louis, so it kinda doesn't matter. Etie Yunaka? Huh, okay.
Hey, Yunaka. Mind doing me a favor?
What you need, Pumpkin Seed?
Stay real still. I need to give you a once-over.
Wait, what? Why? What are you looking for? And what are you gonna do if you find it?
So many questions. Here, this'll only take a second.
Oh yeah, I guess we did get this one before. I don't remember why, though. So I don't think we were trying... I guess it must have been Arena? Had to have been the Arena that caused this.
Hey, I didn't consent to a shakedown. You're searching me like you think I stole something.
Good guess. How did you figure it out?
Seriously? That was a joke! I haven't stolen anything! Not even one thing!
I happen to know that you did.
Yeah? You think your touchy-feely hands are any kind of evidence? Get out of here!
Calm down. Nobody's in trouble.
Oh, nobody's in trouble? Does that mean I'm free to go? Great, then I'm out.
Hey, wait! Yunaka!
Well, I guess we'll get to see the rest of this, since we'll be probably using these two going forward. Yeah, we've seen this one before, so I'll skip that. Kind of weird to not have the stand over here selling stuff. Ooh, silver. Good doggy. There, we got 3 dogs now. Let's see what the cafe produces before we bother with the push-ups.
Decided to stop by, huh?
Alfred's probably gonna make something that's very meaty. Or proteiny, I guess. Oh, this means we can't do Alfred Etie for dinner. I guess we can try continue the Etie Yunaka. He's an expert in potato soup, but only provides 2 res, which is kind of meh. Oh, Etie just likes cream croquet. Alright, maybe we do a different pairing then. choices are so limited right now. I guess we could just build more Louis NECA. Actually, does Louis like this? Yeah, he's neutral on it. Close enough.
Might as well make this part of my training routine. I think it's going well. Oh, look how good it turned out.
Yummy!
What was the idea behind...
Male gain magic. I guess that probably doesn't help us that
Something to
much,
snack-
but it's there. Because here's that effect. It affects Alfred, Louis, Vander, I guess. We're probably not using... I guess we should have the deployment slots for Clan, so I guess Clan gets the +1 magic. At least it's not going to total waste. Actually, I can't remember if or how many slots we lose. Because we're getting Alchris and his retainers force deployed. I guess we'll have at least 8 slots, but Saline would probably go in over Clan. If we have 9 slots, I guess we're probably running Clan though. Alright, what are we doing for the arena? Probably more Alfred? Yeah, I think we're giving Etie a more easy experience on the field, so it should probably be Alfred.
I'm Alfred, Crown Prince of Firene.
I am Boucheron, Royal Knight of Firene.
Yes, you know each other, you've met.
More experienced warrior, one out.
Whew, I worked up a pretty good sweat. Wakey, wakey, Boucheron, the sun is rising.
Prince Alfred? Good morning. Are you on an early patrol?
Nope, no patrols for me today.
Then why so early?
I wanted to make sure I'm here to see every part of your day.
You want to see my day? Whatever for?
To solve the mystery of those muscles, of course.
Come again?
You told me you don't do anything special to get that buff, which means they must come from the way you live your life, so that's what I'm gonna watch.
Alright, that makes sense, of a sort.
I'm glad you agree. Let's get started. You just go and do what you do naturally. Try to forget that I'm watching everything.
Fine. If the prince doesn't mind, the first thing I'm doing with my day is going back to sleep.
Go ahead, I'll sit here and take notes. It's midday. Boucheron is reading a book, not seeing how this is building muscle. The book isn't even a hardcover.
No! No! Poor little Fifi!
Now he's crying. What a softie. I think I'm onto something here. Fishing must be the key to those bulging muscles.
Ha! I've got you now!
But that makes no sense. I sweat harder in the gym than he does sitting there with a pole. Sure looks like fun, though. I just don't understand. I watched you all day and never once saw you break a sweat.
I'm sorry you didn't get anything out of it. You've wasted your whole day on me.
No, I wouldn't call it a waste, and I got plenty out of it. It reminded me how nice it is to spend time with an old friend.
That's kind of you to say, Prince Alfred.
Everybody's interested in Boucheron's muscles, clearly.
The only thing I regret is that I spent all day just watching instead of getting in there myself.
Well, you're welcome anytime to join in my daily routine. You're right. It would be fun.
Oh, that went from weird to cute.
Alfred has arrived!
I am Etie, a royal knight of Firenze.
No!
I really thought I had you.
Whew, I worked up a pretty good sweat. I'm Alfred, Crown Prince of Firenze.
I am Celine, Princess of Firenze. You cut me down most effectively.
Whew, I worked up a pretty good sweat.
Well, you almost got a level. It's probably like one training session off of it. Wait, why do you not have a yellow speech bubble? Didn't we just do her support? I wonder if that's a bug. Yeah, it's a blue speech bubble now. Alfred beating up his retainers and his sister. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they make up almost half the roster right now. If we roll the dice, odds are he's probably gonna fight one of them. Alright, I'm gonna go refill my drink and then we will go to Brodia, I guess? So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I'll double check. So we can't... I don't think we can donate to Protea yet. So we have to do one mission in there first, I guess? That kinda sucks. Not sure if there's anything we want to forge. Probably not.
Don't come.
Yeah, we still get 8 slots. So it's funny how Soam is like, yeah, by the way. I guess technically 9 since we've got 8 plus Dusky. I feel like we need to lower Louis' defense a little bit. So I guess you can use the Ardent Sea, so it's just a strength. He still has 20 defense though. So I guess that's not really helping us. I guess we'll stick with this, because the axe guys will still attack him regardless. Also might help if I put Sigurd back on Alfred. Not exactly one running there. This is gonna be kind of awkward for Louis. Also, we definitely wouldn't be able to buy a 11 sword. I guess we could have tried to forge one up, go iron to steel and then 11. That sounds like a lot of resources we don't have, though. So I guess we're just not using axes at all right now. You know what we should buy? Let's buy a third javelin for Chloe. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't show Lucina here right away either. But we'll have to tank it with something that's not vulnerable to Noble Rapier, which I guess, like, Dusky's probably able to do that. I guess worst comes to worst, if I don't think we have enough bulk, I've got tonics I can use.
We must deal with them quickly and return to the castle.
Looks like it's starting.
Prince.
That steel bow hit rate really does make me unhappy, though.
An invitation?
Yanaka here.
Why is you not going on my tank area units?
For you, anything.
I'll protect you.
Care to join me?
Okay, Citrine.
Thank you for the dance.
Oh, wait. For some reason, I'm like, oh, unequipped clan, because he doesn't actually need to use his weapons, except Panette does.
All right.
Let us be off.
Do a whole 4 damage.
Gotcha.
How long have you been standing there?
The Somi suit is the tamest part of Amber's bedroom ASMR. Starak, you've created a real horror show over there, haven't you? Hey, Disquietude, thanks for the raid. How are things going on your end? Were you doing heroes tonight? Or are you doing some engage? Or something else entirely?
Me, right?
Which I guess Clan can't reach, so we'll do... So we'll trade the fire over to him and then do it with the rapier. Oh, that's where the antitoxin ended up. Silly me.
We cannot afford to lose.
Well, they're not gonna target him, but I guess we'll move him forward.
Say the word.
For the Divine Dragon! I'll do it. We've had such a wonderful time.
That emblem is a formidable.
Oh, actually, Pegasus did go in because of chain attack. That's fun.
Yunaka here.
Let's be careful.
Nailed it!
We do still have to deal with several of these enemies. Could do an override? Probably not necessary. So if we want to do a lodestar, which just insta-gives one of these. Probably do it to the javelin.
Here.
I'll apologize later.
Well, slowly working our way out of that speed hole there. Also, it helps to have some more dex, because her hit rate is sometimes more shaky than I'd like. Go, go, Alfred kill!
This is what I trained for.
Fate has brought us here. I live to fight again.
Just slightly encroaching. Yeah, I guess Noble Rapier is not gonna be too crazy for damage. If her whole 17 attack. Although, I feel like it should be higher. Or, no way, it's because the 9 is after the +5 strength. So, yeah, Noble Rapier's 8 might brings her up to 17 normal attack. Hey, my hero. How's the attempt for Alfred so far? It's a little sketch here and there, but I shifted Sigurd back onto him, so he's actually doing pretty okay for himself. Would Etie be able to kill here? She doesn't even double us. Wielding a great axe, but still not slowed down enough for Etie to double. Feels bad.
What you got?
We actually can't get Fram over here without putting her in point of fire. So I guess we'll use a Vulnerary. We could probably put Alfred in, like, here. safely fight the flyers, and then if we body walk with Louis here, Axe will either fight him or Dusky.
I'll do my best.
And then the snipers or archer's not gonna care about Louis. I guess we could throw. He's getting doubled either way. The javelin will make his accuracy worse, but I guess at least we get a free attack. We double if we use the rapier. But then we're not getting Mercurius. Although we're only getting a hit experience doubled by Mercurius, so it may be better just to kill him. Could put Yunaki here to fight this. She would double, so yeah, maybe we do that. Hey, Duke Renku. You thinking about Swordmaster Alfred to make him good? I don't know if that would recover his speed enough. It would compromise his defense a lot, wouldn't it? You got an Owen S-rank ring with 2 other S-rank rings on the same 10 batch? Jesus. You were trying to get the Ocean ring. Well, lucky you.
Cannot afford to lose.
Well, here's a little bit of extra speed. Not helping him against these, but he's got it.
For Brodia!
Okay, Alchris. Well, at least Etie is bulky enough where if she whiffs, she doesn't die to this. Although Koi should be able to fin it. No, I guess it's only injury, but yeah, figure something out. Chloe could be in trouble if she whiffs that. I guess we'll go in with Koi first. She whiffs, and I guess we do Lapis.
Simple enough.
Because we also need to make sure it was clear for Citrine to attack this one. But you don't know what to do, what else to do with him. Yeah, I've got ideas if Avenir doesn't work out for him here, but it's basically always leaning into his defense, or I guess make him a staff bot. You might not use him next run since he was redeemed on your blind run. That makes sense. When will someone make a redemption run for Vander? I think someone's already done that. Maybe not for Maddening, but... Also, hello, Tail Saga. Yeah, I think Vander would need a lot of work, because his internal level sucks.
I'll help. Please forgive me.
We'll get through this. You were a good fight.
I won't forget you.
I can't remember if these advance or if we have to pull them, but I guess we'll see. I guess Louie's too tanky.
Whatever you ask.
Yeah. Armor Slayer drops us so we don't even double the armors. Unsurprisingly, I suppose.
I'm ready.
See if they aggro anyway, but I'm expecting they won't. Oh, they actually did, surprisingly. They defended the archers, okay. This cab does make things a little bit difficult, because there's no route to go that way. I guess Louis can kind of just wade into this. It's not like he cares about taking damage. And that would body block them. Actually, not 100% sure if we wanted to do that. See, we don't even double armors with Etie. I guess we can chain guard. Actually, hilariously, Clan doesn't get killed here. This guy doesn't quite have enough attack.
All in the name of peace.
Probably do it like this. It's a shame we don't quite have enough damage. Air myth. Yeah, second run. Our crit rate is actually a little bit spooky. Actually, we got enough dodge on her, so sure. Damn, this team needs to retreat. I don't think we can punch through that armor with the bows, though. And Etie ain't doing much with that shine. Just kinda disappointing, but I suppose I should have guessed as much since her magic isn't particularly good. Nor is her speed. Thanks for the charge. Actually, Alfred's in a pretty good place for tanking right now. I know it's early unpromoted enemies, but still. It's nice that you can take hits relatively well.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting hungry.
Gonna do 10 plus, what was that, 8 total? So 18. This is kind of sketch. I guess what we can do is see if Citrine hits, which she has pretty good odds of. If not, then we body block for her. This cab took way too much firepower.
Me first!
A right and proper end.
Seems like a pretty juicy double kill.
Raise your sword. Here goes.
Man, we're not getting a lot of experience here, though. I want to get Alfred to level 10 and promote him.
Here until the end. And I guess we're doing it like this.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Basically a clean sweep. Nice. Your wave 2 will be released on March 8th. Yeah, so did I. Or wave 3, yeah.
I had to
So did I. Alright, can we save the pool for Alfred? I guess? We haven't used too much for engages. Actually, I should abuse Great Sacrifice. Chances are I won't be using it for regular shine or anything. I guess just in case we'll let Alfred wear off first, then prepare. If I remember correctly, we also have to basically jump into the Noble Rapier range. Which...
Alright.
13 damage isn't that high. And she can at most line up 2... Yeah, if she's in melee, she at most lines up 2 assists. Wave 3 looks like it's only the Crom Robin and Veronica emblems. Yeah, I mean, they announced that with the Wave 2 release, so I don't think that's too much of a surprise. Grab that for his energy. So now we got another override. I guess we want to target Rosado too. We can. Mind, we don't really have any axe users, so Steel Axe is probably not going to be that helpful. But I guess we'll see. We should probably have enough to take out, like, the top two in addition to Hortensia.
I have no choice.
Am I gonna make Etie? I think she'll be at least a warrior at first. But I might, if her speed's looking good enough, I might transition her over to sniper. So that she can be part of the fog ball. Otherwise, I guess she's just backing everyone else up. That 20 crit, I guess we should lead in with Slim. I guess it gets her 3 because of Rosado.
No way! We could have done this. I'm stuck. I challenge my fate!
I've got this.
I'll manage.
Alright, well, we exactly crushed one of her health bars. So it's a matter of getting past this one, then or the first one, and then having enough to kill Rosado. But it's a tree and takes off half of Rosado's health.
It's just a scratch.
Say the word.
Well, he's probably not doing a lot here. Yeah, 7 damage, warp break. I guess we override here probably, and then we can probably focus our magic damage onto Rosado.
an emblem ring? Better.
One strike will decide it all.
Ballistic crit on Lapis, so I guess we'll just stand beside her.
I'll help.
Here! Why do you attempt to throw away your life?
Actually, I probably should have put Lapis up here, because then we could have gotten backup attacks on Rosado too.
It's your lucky day, cutie. You get to fight me.
Wow, Louis dodged. That was unexpected. Very close.
Not about to stop here.
Done it. I'm sorry, Hortensia. I have to retreat.
That was a key level. What's the stats out of that? You swear you've heard there's a recommendation to class change you knock into a swordmaster? I mean, it is a fast class. It's technically faster than Thief, but I don't know if I can really see that. Especially since daggers are kind of a lot to give up. I've been defeated, but I can't fall here. Ah, yes, of course. I think if she was gonna pick up swords, she'd want to do, like, Wolf Knight or something, maybe.
I'm going to ask you nicely. Please die.
I think I'm gonna have to politely decline.
My prayers are with you.
Oh, I lost. No fair. I lost? Well, you're not getting my ring.
Not quite. So, we got a Master Seal, but I've actually spread the experience enough that no one's level 10 yet. Whoops.
This is so frustrating! Rosado! Goldberry! All soldiers, retreat!
They fled in a hurry.
Just let that little bit play, because I remember last time my stream dropped for a little bit around those voice lines. There we are. Thanks to the GG. Hortensia definitely isn't the most threatening there, because she insists on bringing physical weapons. Actually, we're not allowed to adopt these because we haven't donated, but we can't donate because this is the first Protean mission, so I guess I'll have to try to come back here after. I guess not that it would really matter to adopt those other ones, because they're not dogs, but still. Curiosity and all that.
I visited the Divine Dragon lots of times over the years. We're practically family.
A persistent presence can form bonds deeper even than blood. They are to be cherished.
Totally forgot that's what they talked about. It's that long ago since I had Alfred use cigarette in the first run. I could use the arena to bump myself to 10 and promote. But I actually want to get Leaf first. Because I do want to try see how well Wolf Knight works out for me. Do something a little bit different. Which means we have to actually get knife proficiency. Alfred's not close enough. Neither is Etie. And Chloe is not either. I guess I could promote Louis. I feel like he should be lower priority just because of him not really being part of the primary core at this point. Although I do want to have him promoted for 11, since I'll still be using him up until... Well, I might keep using him depending. But I want someone bulky to play tank. And I suppose Alfred theoretically also fills that role, but I need an out if Alfred's starting to feel shaky again, so that we have someone he can hide behind to try to build up levels again. And sorry, the next candidate for the swap out, if we swap Leah, would be like Panette. Or I guess if we were temporarily using Bunet, but I doubt Bunet will be much better than Louis. Also, I should get Cantor for Dusky. So we're at 1,000 SP. Let the shenanigans begin, I suppose. Bond cost is gonna be a little bit high at this point, but I suppose we can... 400 is not that bad for something as strong as Cantor. Huh. I guess Recreation doesn't unlock until now. I guess... We're just a slave driver up until this point. No Recreation for anyone in the Somnial. Until we're in Berdia. Guess we didn't dress Somi up this time. Let's do the top hat. Why not? There we go. I present to thee, Sir Somi. Flat iron. Iron. Steel. Alright. It's an okay-ish haul. Boucheron. You made a pretty good one the last time, so hopefully we can recreate that. Ah, Protea. Give that a try, I suppose. Maybe I was just pressing the wrong direction and not paying attention before. Oh well. I guess one missed map if I could have gotten it before, it's not a problem. It's achievements.
Welcome.
To the omelet. I think that's what we did last time.
Let's try not to waste nature's bounty. Thanks for letting us use you, ingredients. It turned out so well. I could cry.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yo, another S rank.
I tried packing it up as a meal for you.
Boucheron just out here being a savant of a chef. Solvis, thanks for letting us use you ingredients. What a guy, yeah, what a guy indeed.
No holding back.
I am Sigurd. You think to duel me?
No problem. I got the gist of what you wanted.
You're as strong as I expected.
Almost had him.
I am thrilled to be your compatriot. I swore to Lumera that I would defend you with my life.
Thank you, Emblem Sigurd. I'm glad to have you on my team too.
might throw out Etie here.
Etie here, busting in once again.
Cheater, a horse, and a
Chloe,
man.
Royal Knight of Firene.
What the?
Oh dear. This knight has met her match.
My
That was a
muscles
really
deserve a
bad
treat after
matchup for Chloe. Big yikes. Yay, strength. Etie's voice, not what you expected. In what way?
I am Etie, a royal knight of Firene.
I will act as your opponent today.
Chloe's really getting picked on here.
Oh dear. This knight has met her match.
My muscles deserve a treat after that. This should be a fun workout.
Let's have a good match. You're as strong as I expected.
Close.
My muscles deserve a treat after that.
Now she's gonna get me, yeah. And I got.
The kayak. I see you're staring at me again, Divine One.
I was. Again. Sorry, I just can't help it.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 wins. You like how that unlocked the conversation? Let's talk about how I beat you up. Happens more often than you think.
You know I don't mind. It's pretty neat, in fact. That said, I can think of better ways for you to feel good than just admiring my confidence.
Such as?
100 laps around the Somniel.
Like, running?
Even I get stressed sometimes. And when I do, I always go for a run. As long as I'm running, my mind is empty. It's like I'm sweating out all my troubles.
Huh. Still, are 100 laps really necessary?
In my experience, yes. Anything less runs the risk of a few stray, lingering doubts. So, how about it? You interested?
Yes. I think.
Great! Let's get started.
You mean now?
No time like the present. Do you want to get confident or not?
I hadn't planned on running 100 laps today, but I guess it's worth a try. You're on, Etie. Let's go for a run.
Now you're talking.
You thought it'd be some other exercise. I mean, she's obsessed with muscles, so it's weird that she goes so hard on cardio at times. That's why Etie is the 4-star demote in Heroes. RIP. At least Etie is in the game. I mean, you know most of the Engage, or I guess most popular Engage characters are gonna make it in eventually. They're just drawing it out to keep the hype up for sales and whatnot. They did the same thing with 3 Hazes. The boost shall not be let loose. Or will he? Who is it that I like semi-randomly threw it? I guess you knock it. Oh yeah, because of void skills.
Make it nice and shiny. Hmm. You take excellent care of the ring.
Please be thorough. An odd tactic. Thanks for always taking such good care of the ring.
Handle that gently. Well done. The ring shines like new.
This ring is filthy. That spot's clean. It looks good as new. Thank you.
To handle that gently. Oh my god, the skinship is back. Did they count as skinship? You can count as whatever you want. It's... You can say something spoilery, you think there may be a fall Lumera soon. Maybe, I guess the Fallen Banner is probably coming up. Marth was oohing at you and you're like, or yeah, oohing at us and you're like, oh no. Yeah, don't worry about it. Eventually, you definitely get Fallen Engaged characters as soon. No, no. So I feel like Three Houses did it almost right away. Although I guess there was a bigger gap in between release and the Fallen Banner, I think. Next 3 years though, flooded with them. It's true that they could strike while the interest is so high, but I think they want to draw out the interest if, again, if the Three Houses banners are any indication. Because they did have a bit of a gap between each new release banner. Okay. Should I be considering more forges at this point? We're getting to the point where I can probably consider doing like some of the iron forges and not having to worry about having too much of a decrease in hit. At least for Chloe. Chloe and Yunaka probably are the best for not having to worry about it and actually using iron. I guess we'll grab those spawns too. It's funny how we got them while we were in the ring room. Yeah, random orange spawned while we were in the ring room. It was almost 2 years after Three Houses? Okay. I guess I just don't remember which ones were in between. Wow, Iron Dagger costs basically nothing. Huh. Could do a +2? Yeah, sure, let's see that. Can do similarly for Iron Lance. Wow, we really get a lot less improvement out of same cost for Iron Melee. How useful are daggers in this game? They're the only lightweight 1 to 2 range weapon. And yeah, they have poison. These lost their niche of opening doors and chests, so they got the niche of killing everything. I mean, not quite, but they're a lot better at combat than they used to be. And there are still some doors to open. Not that many, but they exist. Alright, I guess... yeah, it's pretty cheap, so we'll do this too.
I'll be here.
We'll trade it to Quilly. I think we'll do Anna's Paralog, so that we can actually maybe get Alfred and Quilly or Etie into a position to promote. Actually, Quilly probably first. Or do we? Yeah, I guess because I do want to still have her as a flyer until later in the game. And then Etie, I want to get Leaf again, because I want to grab Axe ranks, or yeah, Axe ranks, so she can do Warrior. Do we even need to open that door? I mean, it's gotta be opened one way or another. Actually, no, that reminds me. Ike has that Demolish skill, and it only ever came up in in the starting, like the joining chapter for it. Because there was never a point where I cared to have Tamara smash a door down after that. Talk about niche and underused skills. Should I consider Torch for Etie? She might want Torch or Iron Bow. She could actually use the hit too. I don't want to overspend too much here, but I think we should have at least some decent extra weaponry for everyone. This will also get us another Master Seal. Actually, let's see. Yeah, apparently I can't go in here, so I should have been able to donate to Brodia before entering, I suppose. Oh well, live and learn, right? Guess we're bringing Citrine. She doesn't even really have room for me to give her Alcrest Steel Bow, but I guess we'll put it in the convoy in case she needs it. I guess since he hasn't promoted, I can't use that Iron Blade for overrides yet. I think we might want Citrine on this side to deal with the armor. I could also have Chloe or... Well, Etie's not going to do well with Shines, but Chloe would do okay with Seraphim, but not the best. So I think we do want to do it like this. Do we want you knock instead of Alfred? I guess that's kind of axe heavy, so Alfred sorta doesn't want to be here. I guess it has counter on... or one counter on either side too, so that's helpful. You like how Makai is the training bot for the early game scrubs? Yeah. It also doesn't hurt to have extra staff access without needing to bring, like, 2 Chi Adepts or anything. It's the plan for Anna. We're gonna try to do Sniper. Or we'll have to see how that turns out. After pumping Anna to level 10, she managed to get Amber to just enough SP for Cantor before chapter 10. Nice. Why not Bonet? Because I want to do a fog ball, so it has to be... I have to use Covert. Granted, I guess I could make her a Bonet and just have her off on her own, but... I think I'm gonna try Sniper first and foremost. I guess, funnily enough, she can just jump, like, into Warrior. Suppose she could also jump right into Bow Knight, too. But... yeah, I want to go Covert, so... Alright, I guess this is... I guess also since I'm not promoted, I can't like run up to these guys right away. That'll slow things down a bit. We can use Canter to get back ahead. Maybe a little sketchy, but I'm sure we can figure something out.
I've got this.
Yanaka here.
So we can do this to advance. That's because of the thief that's showing that. The thief won't attack
Whatever you say.
Ram if we do this.
Allow me.
I live to serve.
What's our move?
Alfred, why?
Whatever you ask.
Yeah.
That's annoying that they body blocked each other. Even with the additional day, we don't... Or extra forges on the dagger. Well, Divinely Inspiring would let us kill, but... I don't like that small mischance, but you have to move, so I guess we're doing it.
That's how it's done. Well, I guess this guy just dies if we initiate, so that's nice. This ends now.
You neglected Lear early training. You're at chapter 14 and Lear's still not level 10. Rip you?
I shall dispose of you.
Okay, Lily.
Is that sufficient?
How about that? Alfred has enough base luck where he doesn't need to be using a slim. Although I guess he still wants to swim against this guy so he can actually hit.
Let's be careful.
What a lovely scene.
I don't think I've ever been so gung-ho for using just the engage weapons that engages.
Hope is on our side.
Probably closest was when I was abusing Mulliger. Hey, thanks for the follow, Infinity Scope. We're probably not catching the thief on this side, so it's gonna be like relying on Alfred and Chloe to do this. Hey, Raisins, thanks for the raid. Everything's going with the Iron Man. I assume you're making steady progress. Am I an anti-gamer? Not normally. Like, I use her on and off in games across the series, but I tend not to favor her, I guess. Mia Pass, Anna, Jean, 8 and 9. So yeah, rapid progress. Definitely glad to hear it's still chugging along anyway. You seem to be gaining quite a bit of momentum when I was watching, anyhow. We're just doing Anna here ourselves, trying to get our hands on another Master Seal and then actually reach level 10. With the characters we want to promote, anyway. Citrine's been gaining momentum. She's all magic and no speed. Isn't that just kind of her thing? Hit once for a boatload of damage. Not great for the whole and bad propaganda. She's gained 4 levels, 2 of them in Mage Knight. But Mage Knight can only help her speed so much, right? I suppose Olin would be a way to get around the lack of ability to double, although then it requires you to use... locks her into using just Thunder. Which might be a bit of a problem down the line. Okay, what do I want to do with this? Who cares? I mean, obviously a lot of people don't care if they're rolling for the Olin ring. Mage Knights boost speed growth from 30 to 35. RIP. I guess I have to face pull this. Feels bad. I guess I could put Unaka up here. Actually, how much damage would they do? Way too much, I think. Yeah, that'd be like exactly enough to kill me. Okay, I guess we're doing this. Do I have to worry about the crit rate? Might. Yeah, they're gonna have a 1% if I use the iron here. You did use her chip with thunder. +3 and then +6 if you have chaos out. Still good. Fair enough. The chip wouldn't have worked if she had all in. Oh, because he had a magic boosting ring? Or a bigger magic boosting ring? Thanks for the follow, Gay Eagle Dima. Anna's already good. Good for what? Oh, she would have killed if she had Olin, I see. So you're just ragging on the ring. Hey, Kron. Hey, have fun. Thanks for wishing me fun. Oh, buddy Christ. Chat did point out that Elfender could have worked for Chip if she had the Elven Ring. But doesn't that not let you... Elfender doesn't get to Brave Effect with it, though. Is it just, like, brute forcing at that point? You spent all your iron on sunglasses so you can't afford Elfender. Ah, it sounds like a worthy purchase, then. Okay. Actually, so we'd have... do we really want to bank on like a 29 and 1 though? That sounds like getting exploded. Actually, hold on, do we? No, we don't pick up extra dodge from... Actually, I guess we could do this. Probably. Well, I guess we didn't have enough actions last game. But this will help get him out position. Yeah, maybe we do this. Then I face pull the Iron Axe here. Then we can jump this guy after. I'm not sure if the sword fighter is gonna start moving. That could complicate things. But
I trust in you.
you had to clear the way, so... We somehow don't recall this chapter. Oh, it just ignored us. Guy gets hit by thunder, doesn't care, apparently. Seems legit. Is that gonna be enough healing? Also, can Alfred reach? Oh, he totally can. I'm not super concerned about the tonic. So as long as we get the Master Seal, maybe we don't have to chase it down. Although I'd like to get the experience for killing the thief regardless. I could also... Feels like a waste of great sacrifice to do it right now, though. Alright, well I guess this is probably a no-brainer. Clear the way.
I beg your pardon.
I might not advance Yunaka just so that this one starts moving. We can do like a chain guard pull to get him off of Citrine.
I won't fall.
You weren't expecting this game to be so good? I think a lot of people weren't. The first impressions definitely left a lot of people on the fence. Getting double with those swim lances is the life of Alfred. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm attacking a thief. Thieves are gonna double a lot of things. Yeah, I don't 100% trust that a regular heal is gonna be enough here, so I guess I'm gonna use Great Sacrifice. And then we'll use Warp Ragnarok and charge in with Slim Lance, and then we can override this one, I guess.
I have to fight.
You almost completed your Martha Bond Ring collection before beating the game yesterday. You were just short of 20,000 Bond fragments. Nice. I didn't realize you were trying to collect all the Marth Bond rings. Oh, I see. You'd have the option to delete with Dark Thunder or chip with regular Al Thunder. Fair point, I guess. Yeah, I only caught the end, like, very end of Kron's stream. It sounded like he was planning a second run and then more. Who doesn't collect Bond rings? I was too Bond Fragment poor for that.
I'm listening. My apologies.
If this love is a crime,
I think the thief will go to open Anna's chest at this point, so we can catch him there.
treasure chest just...
Oh, that skipped the entire phase instead of just conversation. That's annoying. Okay, well, so far... the sword fighter hasn't aggroed yet. Fortunately, we're not quite close enough here. Actually, these are gonna attack me if I try to go in there with Chloe. Not that we take much damage from the Chi Adept. Use them, it'll... Actually, it won't be 11 if we rush here. So we can let the thief start to leave and catch up afterward. Because this guy actually, I think technically has listed crit on Anna. It does. Yeah, because their luck is terrible. So we probably want to get rid of these more than anything. And let the thief go wherever. Catch up to it next turn. You also tried to get every fish in a giant version, but you were missing too many to bother yourself with that at the end. That sounds awful. Because endgame fishing, that stuff has way too much stamina. After the DLC maps, you'll put up a short channel vid war next stream. Well, I guess I'll have to spend some points. You got 14 out of 20, so not too bad, but fishing is simply not fun. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I found it okay. Oh, excuse me. Thankfully, I muted that in time. I found it okay in the mid-game, where it was like, alright, it's taking a little bit of time, it's paying out decent bond fragments. But then, as you get towards the end, it's like, alright, the fish have max stamina. So now if you want to catch a giant fish, it takes like 4 times pulled back to the center. Which is just why. You like 3 attempts, should have just kept it that way. Yeah, I don't know, even 3 attempts with the amount of stamina those things have feels super excessive. If you spam A from the start on Giant, then they just get away. Because every time you do A while it's not stunned, it lets the line out of it. And if they get to the edge and stay at the edge for too long, then they just get away. Ace spam only really works for low stamina fish. 'Cause believe me, I was doing that as a strategy. But if you spam A too soon, then they just get away and you waste your time. Yeah, there's a stun for fishing. If you pull them into the center area, it'll stun them for a little bit, and then you have to mash A. Well, technically you can mash A at any time, but the stun makes it so that they don't let the line out while you're mashing A. You can get most giants with intense smashing, but it still sucks. I definitely couldn't do that with mine. Because a lot of the giant shadows, I ended up letting them get away because I started mashing too soon. Yeah, the reeling in definitely sucks, because, like, it doesn't detect the analog very well. And then sometimes if they're at high enough stamina, they can just decide to get away anyway. Seems better than 3 houses fishing at least. I mean, it's better until the very end where the fish have too much stamina. Then it's just stupid. Also, hello, Mute. Alright, I guess I should mash this guy, huh? How much is that actually doing? Should be enough. Because we're dealing a ton of damage through Chain Guard here. Yeah, that should be more than enough to finish it off.
Raise your sword!
May we all be protected.
Okay, so this thief should have a clean line out, which means it shouldn't come after anyone. At least I hope. I have had the game be super troll about that before.
It's starting to wear on me.
Hey look, we procced Energize, but it's still useless. Sure, we'll just leave Yunaka right here. Oh, the Chia was even chasing after, I guess Anna? I thought for sure it would attack Chloe, because break and then dealing more than 0 damage. But I guess not. Momentum him to death.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
it's not worth the risk. Is Koi's hit rate better here? Probably should be. Yeah, it's a little bit better, 2%. Or I guess technically more than that since it's not single RN, but... Yeah, I guess we'll go for this one. Energize has good applications, clearly. Not Sage Koi. I want to kind of try Mage Knight. But we'll see. See how much progress we make with that. Also, hello, Starberry. But, yeah, I want to have her as a Griffin for a while still. But I'll probably swap her over to Mage Knight, like... maybe after Chapter 16. But I need to do the tone proficiency well in advance, just because tone proficiency disappears entirely for like half the game. You ever thought about General Etie? A little. I looked at her when I was looking at her growths. I considered it, but like that hit points. Somehow I don't think that fits General too well. Koi and anything without decent magic just seems bad. You think? Wyvern Koi didn't have good strength or magic. Rip. General Saline. I mean, could probably make it work as a meme. I don't think it'd be great, but it'd be funny. Her strength's better than her magic. I mean, I think the problem would be more, I don't know if her durability can keep up with doing general things. The 35% magic growth is pretty interesting. Yeah, I was kind of shocked with how high Koi's magic was midway through my last run. Love Sword is still there. I mean, again, it's not the damage I'm worried about, it's her getting pummeled to death that I'm worried about. Need to have a higher amount of strength to be relevant than magic. Yeah, much higher. It's usually like a gap of at least 8 points. Putting aside enemy generals and Great Knights, I guess. You make it through with Griffin Koi's magic most of the game. Yeah, I don't like the Flame Lance, though. It's such a troll weapon. It's got nothing going for it compared to the Love Sword. Martial Master Saline? What's she supposed to do in Martial Master? Hello, Taniki. Switch Koi to sword. Yeah, that's something I've considered too. But first run, I didn't know that her magic would be that on that level, so I didn't even think about it. Martial Master plus Erica. I guess surely someone's better than Saline at doing that, though. I guess I should actually have Alfred put this Chi Adept of... Oh, their misery. Hey, 100% hit rate for Alfred. There's a rarity.
I will protect you.
So close to Avenir now.
What's a little girl?
Did it. We recruited Anna. Now we have to actually use her. Yeah, well, I do want the gold from this guy, so I suppose we'll be,
Time to open up shop.
we'll be pulling him off this side. Well, I guess Anna can do hand axe things. Okay, I'm surprised this sword fighter is just ignoring everything. I thought for sure it would have auto-aggroed at some point. Let's see. Gonna do enough damage here. Oh yeah, Koi just one rounds. Alright, let's just pull the thunder out and beat the snot out of it. Engage enemies not just immediately charging towards me is unusual. Well, not necessarily immediately, but it seems they've got that aggro on turn X thing going, where usually the stuff at the front, if you don't make them angry, they eventually just start coming after you on like turn 5 or something. First, second seal... I don't remember, is it after chapter 8, I think, when the shop restocks? And ironically, they start moving towards you on turn 1 on a lot of maps. That is true. There are groups that will aggro immediately, for sure. Actually, a lot of my magic is tied to emblem rings, so... I guess at least this one is slow enough that Citrine can probably solo it. Wait, are we moving too soon? Yeah, I'd feel better if Alfred's here. Also, he can get to level 10. So, we'll wait one more turn.
Gotcha.
Look at that, already halfway, or almost halfway back to fully charged Makai. Apparently every unpromoted enemy mage in this game is female. Really? Huh. They aren't 15-year-old boy mages. Fair enough, I guess, although frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they were all 15-year-old boy mages too. You know what, maybe we just face pull with Alfred here, give him the counterattack. He's using a slim lens too, it's not like he'll be crit. Even if he was crit. Well, I guess 7 to 21 is still a little scary. Okay. Although, shockingly, he doesn't get doubled. Or perhaps not so shockingly, because it is a steel sword. Hey, she even hit. Alright, do we take it or do we give it to Alfred? I guess we'll take this one since level 10 is right around the corner.
From me to you!
This time, victory was mine.
Level 10, whoa, strength of defense, I know, right? Who could have predicted that with Alfred's growths? Certainly not me. I guess we can also side pull these mages with, say, Naka and Chloe. Just have them running every which way. Yay, speed for Etie. It's not even double digits yet, but we're getting there. I guess we want Citrine over here. Or do we? We can attack over the wall with Thunder. Although, I guess we're not going to be able to double if we're not using Fire. Alright, I guess one more turn to actually get Citrine over here. Suppose we're not gonna yeah, we're not doubling with the javelin, but that's fine. None of these guys are particularly good fodder either for just like throwing Anna at them. I guess the mage is sorta technical. Well, not really. Your res is 5. Etie is gonna double soon. Yeah, totally.
Nailed it.
Louis with the jukes. Not really necessary, but I guess it happened. And this is one that I could give to Etie, but I'm gonna give to Koi, because I do want her to hit 10. This might not even be enough at this point.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Yeah, not quite. The question is, do we have enough damage to just overwhelm her? Probably. 11 defense isn't that high compared to our firepower. We're curious as, what was that, 27? 26. So that'd be 15. So it's like 5 9 times. Maybe a little less, so it might be 4 9 times. Yeah, I think between everyone's attacks and backup, shouldn't be an issue. Especially if we recharge Sigurd. I guess we might as well recharge Makai. Probably not doing much for us in combat, but... guess Citrine will have to attack from out of range. She's gonna get obliterated if she gets counterattacked by the hand axe. Etie believers rise up. Why is Citrine so pretty? Because she takes good care of herself? I think I'd like to group everyone up, so we'll pull on this next scene. We're gonna get ads, but these guys shouldn't get in the way. So that should all be fine. Set Alfred up for maximum charge. Yes, let's get on with this.
Damn you for playing us for fools! You'll never get your hands on that treasure.
Too late, I have it.
Stay back!
Ooh, almost. I guess we don't care about... Yeah, we don't want to give kills to Alfred at this point, because we're going to promote him. So yeah, he's probably best leading so someone else can get it.
One strike will decide it all. Here goes!
There's Headlong Rush. There's no way we want to do this, right? Yeah, that's terrible hit rate. And if she misses, she dies, so let's not do that. Give it to Etie, I guess? You know what Anna can do, though, is pot-shot this random fighter and provide backup. Will we have 100% if we use the Iron Will? Nope. 96. Still not risking that.
Come and get it!
Good job, Anna. Okay, so it does round up. Yeah, Mercurius just explodes her. Which means I guess everyone else can get something. Oh, I guess he's dead.
And they lived happily ever after.
A chip hit actually might not have been enough experience. So maybe it's a good thing she crit there.
From me to you! Winning!
Fate has brought us here.
I guess today could get worse after all.
Got him. Boy, MVP. Only had to get roughed up super badly.
Here's hoping the local authorities will keep these bandits from causing any more trouble.
Where is that? There it is. Buried under the wheat. I don't know why I'm adopting non-dogs. I guess I'm just a klepto at heart. You know, I haven't updated that auto schedule. I should do that at some point. This run is no longer a blind run. Or I guess we're no longer doing the blind run. It is, because it is finished. Hello, Cabolas. How's the Alfred, Etie, Anna train coming along? Well, for Anna, it's just begun because we only got her. But Alfred and Etie are doing fine, I guess. Etie is still made of paper, but she can hit things. And Alfred's actually becoming relatively tanky. He's still on that edge where it's a little iffy, though. So I guess as long as we can keep beating him, he might be prepared for when all the enemies promote. Because that's the point. Well, I guess not even there. It was like just a little bit before there where on my first run I benched him because it's just like, yeah, Alfred, you're barely keeping up with the unpromoted enemies. In 2 chapters, you ain't gonna be able to do anything. So that's the scenario I want to avoid this time. And I guess if I'm being entirely fair to him, he got messed up pretty badly by like the Fogato and Tamara chapters, deciding that I should only be able to deploy like 8 or 9 of my normal core, so... She hits things unless she doesn't. Yes, that's true. She does like to miss those 77s and whatnot. But if she does hit, it's pretty good damage, considering she's doing all physical. You played on hard mode first, and this game has crazy difficulty spikes, you gotta say. Yeah, I mean, it's like, really most of the Fire Emblems where, like, once stuff starts promoting, they get a pretty big bump in stats. So suddenly it can feel like you're not really doing much against the handful of promoted enemies that are around, and then everything's promoted. Hello, Sojourn. Crazy how some early RNG stat growth can affect your lineup early on. Yeah, for sure. Although I'm doing fixed growths with this run, so we don't need to deal with extreme RNG either way, although it also means that we're stuck with completely average stats, which is not necessarily great for some characters, but I guess we'll see. You almost need to reset your hard run. Oof. What's or, like, what's walling you? You think you can fix it right now, but it came a bit close. You're definitely gonna need to try and level grind. Ah. So you don't think your stats are holding up? This game does like to throw a lot of, pre-promoted units around. So if you get desperate, they can usually bail you out. Oh, Louis is the only guy able to do anything at all. Have you been doing much forging? 'Cause that can make a lot of difference. Yes, we'll swap out a sheep? I guess it doesn't matter much. It's not like we use too much of these cooking materials. But yeah, I'll drop the sheep for the new dog. All we need is one more dog. First Axe Dude isn't doing too bad either after reclassing him to an Armor Knight. So your issue is you're just too squishy. Yeah, generals can help with that for sure. I guess Boucheron gets a lot of hit points, so that would probably help you out with making a solid general.
You seem well.
Oh boy, I'm glad I detoured that horse manure. Does Boucheron have Dex? I think so, yeah, he's got... I think he's got good speed, hit points, and Dex. So he's kind of like a Myrmidon, except he's an axe user. Hey, we recruit Anna and she immediately comes to cook for us. Kinda cool.
Welcome!
There's a Myrmidon with hit points and build. Here's that too. And hello, Cataclysmical. You think yours is cursed in Dex, but most of your units have really depressing level ups. Apart from Louis, who's nearly a god. Ah, so Louis stole all your RNG. Yeah, axes are good for increases in power, although it sounds like durability is Cabalus' problem here. Yeah, hard is random. You can also play Maddening on random too after beating it the first time. But I decided to do fixed again for the Alfred run back here. I figure in order to fully replicate going back and rescuing Alfred from the bench in another timeline, it should be on fixed growths, so stuck with it for this run. Set growths on... I think you can do... If you can unlock fixed by beating hard the first time, you can probably do that with normal too. So just in case you want like strictly average stats but not having to deal with the RNG. Do we still want to build Alfred Etie? Probably. She's an expert at candied fruits. Well, I think it's gonna be hard to say no to speed +2. I can get the strength with push-ups, at least for myself. Everyone else will have to make do.
This merchant is also a great chef. I don't like knives much, but I'll do my best. I'd put this up against any cook's best.
A solid meal to build solid muscles.
Ah yes, because candied fruit
work
is
this off
the
later.
kind of thing you use for muscles. Huh. Okay, that's a weird one. Speed +2, magic +3, res +1. All that for a C rank. That's surprising. Normally C ranks don't give this much.
Take this meal. Oh, on the house.
Yeah, 3 magic for Etie. She'll... Actually, I do have Micaiah on her, so technically could be relevant. Yeah, 6 stats for trash rank, not bad.
What should I sell next?
The last 2 times I had Anna as a cook and I did the candied fruits, she gave me, I think, a double S and an S. Just massive, massive stats all around. Etie needs a magic bow. Yeah, I guess in theory I could probably try to manufacture a radiant bow at this point, but it'd be like all my resources if I could actually afford it.
More!
Doesn't seem like the best purchase. Thanks for the follow, Caballas. Oh yeah, I guess we should promote. Oops. No, not promoting Dusky, we're promoting Alfred. So with Sigurd, I guess he has 15 defense. It's not bad. And I guess the nice thing too is when he's got higher luck, he can use other weaponry. I guess aside from the whole hit issue. Also, I can totally use the Iron Blade for override now. Avenue just means approaching. So I guess, like, rising, maybe, for... for, Alfred's usual disposition. My guy is transforming into approaching. Yes. Seems legit to me. Actually, I'm not sure if the Iron Blade is better than the Horse Slayer for Rider's Bane. It's the same, huh? Okay. Well... whatever, I guess. Once we get our hands on a Steel Blade, it'll be a little stronger. Actually, I guess we'll lose Sigurd before we get the Steel Blade. Rip. You like the wreath? It's really cool. It does look quite nice on him. Wait, you think the wreath ruins his style? I personally think it fits. Especially since he's from the Flower Kingdom and all that. You don't know how to make him good other than as a Lucina user? Well, we'll see how he turns out and I'll adapt accordingly. Can I imagine a guy charging at me with the wreath on his head in the middle of a battle with mages with magic, fire magic all around him? Sure. Man's gonna look like a monk with a bald spot in the middle of his head after his hair gets lit on fire. Fortunately, anime rules make him immune to that. And throw Chloe into Griffin. I guess if I wanted to wait a really long time or spend a ton of bond fragments, I could get her sword rank and put her into Sword Griffin instead. But I think we'll side transition that if I do decide to do that. However, I think it's very likely that I just keep her in Lance Griffin until we decide to transition into Mage Knight. Could be so funny, not gonna lie. Yeah, it would definitely be embarrassing for Alfred. Gross are okay, 80 hit points, 55 strength. 50 speed and 65 defense. So I guess if we get enough levels piled on him, he'll climb out of the weird bases that he's got. I guess it's like Etie, where she theoretically has good speed growth, but her speed base is kinda not great. You really hope they troll us like if at some point in one of the actual games and they just completely destroy the style of a really good and developed character in some form of event. That would have to be executed well, or else I think they'd be rioting. Although I guess if they're supposed to be trolling us, maybe that's the intent. Wait, these gross are basically the same as a Wyvern Kagetsu? Yeah, shame he doesn't have Kagetsu's bases. Imagine if support convos could change the character's palette. If, say, in the conversations, the characters give you gifts to each other. It would actually make the support convos cool. I mean, some support combos are already cool. Another is also a game that, well, it didn't experiment with it in support conversations, but it had some dialogue options for appearance changes. And that's a new mystery, but sadly that it didn't get released internationally. The 3 houses made butler outfits easy. There you go. I guess he's able to do Alfred things and maps before Kagetsu joins, and he could still be valuable. Yeah, if he gets more levels, like Alfred is technically just 1 level behind where I had him at when I benched him last run. And now that I know Fagato and Tamara are gonna steal a bunch of my deployment slots later, I've got the core set up so Alfred shouldn't get benched during those maps. And he should be able to hopefully keep up, fingers crossed. The only reason Kagetsu works is because his strength base is really high, otherwise it'd be a lot worse. I mean, it's a combination of high strength and speed, right? Because how many other characters are gonna have, what was it, 22 base speed at that point? Look at Lapis to see what less strength does. He also has good personal hit points, defense, and luck, and dex. So what you're saying is someone on the dev team loved Kagetsu. Okay. Oh, I guess we are in the Citrine support.
Thank you.
Formal balls, huh? Yeah, let me get right on that while we're waging war. Lapis is a great knight and all red is pretty clean. Huh. That's not a class I would have thought she'd, anyone would want to put her in, but I guess if she looks good. All his personal stats are in double digits except for magic and res, and his personal res is 7, so it's not even that tragic. Grey Knight Lapis makes sense. To make up for her durability, or...
Excuse me, Divine One. I wanted to thank you for aiding me in battle the other day. If it's not inappropriate, I would like to find a gift for you to fully express my gratitude.
A gift? That isn't necessary, Citrine. I only did what anyone would have done.
Rene is just a good class. Yeah, fair.
Oh, Divine One, you're too modest. A gift idea's just come to me. An acquaintance of the Brodian royal family is looking to sell their private island at cost. What would you say to your own private island getaway? My treat, of course.
Oh, right, this one. Yeah, what do you say to your own private island? Meanwhile, standing on the Somnial.
An entire island? That's really not...
Not enough. I agree. Shall I add some of my antique jewelry? It's just a few generations old.
No, Citrine, I don't need expensive gifts.
Really? Then, what sort of gift would you be more inclined to accept?
Well, if I can't talk you out of it. To be honest, I would prefer the kind of gift that money can't buy.
Something that money cannot buy.
No private islands, no jewelry. I value gifts that aren't defined by how much they cost. That's the best kind of gift a person can receive. Do you understand?
I see. Let me just think on this for a while. Farewell for now, Divine One.
Take all of it. You know Alir is too nice to do that, right?
What's that you drink after your workouts? I've seen Alfred downing it too.
It's a special drink made with a raw egg. If I'm right, it should help build muscle mass.
I've heard of this raw egg drink. It's apparently legitimately something people do. I'm not convinced of it. But I'm also not a bodybuilder, so what do I know? Lear has dogs working 24/7 to mine silver, but won't take financial contribution from the train. Hey, they're not working 24/7. The dogs can work whenever they want. And you know, most of the time they're just lying down in the meadow, chilling. Lear is literally out here bargaining for private islands and sweatpants. Hey, divine dragon privilege, I guess. You've heard the raw egg thing too. From what you can tell, it's more of a I want calories and don't have the time to cook all the calories I want to eat. Makes sense, I guess, but also sounds really gross. I don't think I could personally drink a raw egg.
You're so adorable, Celica. Like you stepped right from the pages of a fairy tale.
Thank you for the compliment, Chloe. I would say the same is true of you as well.
Same idea as dry scooping protein powder? Ugh. Why take time making the protein shake when you could just eat the stuff? That stuff would be like eating sand. Yeah, it just sticks to your mouth. Don't you like sand? No, I would prefer not to eat sand, thank you.
It's lovely up here.
You spend about as much time chewing on it as you would spend mixing the shake. It probably also tastes gross. Because I have had protein shakes before. And even with a blender, it doesn't mix all that well. So the shake still ends up being kind of gritty. So I'm just imagining like that, but 40 times worse. Blended chicken breast and water to save time and eat your macros. Oh dear. You can do other things while you chew. That's fair, I guess, but you can also let the blender do its thing and then drink it at your leisure, too. You used to have the best immersion blender for protein shakes, so it was so simple too, and now you can't find one you like. I assume they don't make the model at all anymore. Okay. I guess we need to go do stupid push-ups. Oh, you don't even know what the model is. So... what happened to the blender then? Or did you just, like, get rid of it without thinking about remembering what the model is?
Ah.
So I guess I know I've gotten rid of stuff before without checking to see if there'd be an easy way to replace it with the same model.
What'll it be?
It's honestly got the most ratchet-looking immersion blender ever. It was basically just a lid with a spinny bit underneath it. You're pretty sure one of your friends just made it from some spare parts and electric wire. Ah, okay, so a custom blender. There wasn't even a compartment for the batteries? Nice. Yeah, that definitely sounds homemade. I remember, it reminds me of one time I was helping my grandma clean out her basement. And we came across... It was like a block of wood with a burner installed in it, so it's just like this custom makeshift burner. And it was probably just a complete fire hazard, but it was like this single plate burner basically mounted to a block of wood. I kind of wish we'd taken a photo of it, because I think we threw it out so that it wouldn't be a fire hazard anymore. It worked way better than literally any immersion blender you've ever used, and by a lot. There's only one speed setting, and you activate the blender by pushing 2 pieces of metal together on the top of it. That sounds hilarious. I wish I could see photos of that.
How hard do you want to go? Looking good. Perfect. You've got this. Keep it up. Perfect. You've got this. Looking good. Nice. Perfect. You've got this. Keep it up. Looking good. You've got this. Great job. I'm so proud.
You guess Somi is offering moral support. Yes. It's good moral support, especially in that top hat.
Let's do this again sometime.
Come on, O'Lear, don't half rep it. Yeah, it's fine, right? As much as I'd like to start Chapter 8, we're only like an hour past normal stop, so... probably end up going later than I'd like. Especially with the way this week has been on my sleep schedule, so... I think I am going to call it here. Did I save? I'm gonna save anyway. So I'll be back on Sunday for Chapter 8 and however much further we can carry this. I am kind of excited to see how Alfred performs with him having that priority promotion. I'm pretty sure last run I promoted him like 5th or 6th at best. So he's got a lot of advantages going for him here, so I hope he doesn't disappoint me. I guess we'll need to make sure we juggle proficiencies a bit too. So I can get Etie into warrior and stuff. As long as my expectations are low, I'll be fine. I mean, it's gotta at least be better performance than what I saw in my last friend's chapter 14 when he was only level 2, right? Surely. But yeah, we'll be back Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and all free of having to start late or getting delayed. You hope that I can make him good? You haven't had any success? Yeah, I've got some backup plans in case it seems problematic, but I guess I don't know how much better they'll be than Avenir. But I guess, in theory, if we pack enough levels onto him, he should be tanky enough to keep up. Yes? Anyway, let's see if we can find someone to send you off to. Looks like Solomon's doing his mana run, so let's pop on over there. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you on Sunday. Have yourselves a good night.